Hello? Hi guys! Hi D! Hi DJ, glad to see that you are avoiding spoilers. Hi Sim! How's everyone doing? Hi Ramen! Big Cotton! Are we pogging? Oh my god, hi! How's everyone doing? Are we good? I've been having the chillest day. I've been really looking forward to streaming tonight. I haven't accomplished anything today, but that's okay. I've been reading some fics. I've been watching, I didn't realize the second season of Bridgerton had come out, which is, you know, not a great show, but it is fun. So I've been really enjoying that. I'm good, I'm glad. That is so good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm having so many thoughts about Ace Attorney, but that's just my day-to-day life. Nothing different there. Once again, I have forgotten where we left off, but that's okay. That's fine. Still busy, but that's part of the course this month. No, I'm so sorry. It is one of those months, isn't it? I keep being like, oh my god, and I want to draw this, and I want to draw this, and I want to draw this, and then I remember how many things that I actually have to draw, or otherwise do, and I'm like, never mind. Never mind. Oh, Alex, hi. Oh my god, I'm Din. Hi. Lacking while meal prepping? Yum, what are you making? Oh, I've been a bit lax about cooking lately, but I've been eating lots of rice bowl, which has been really nice. I've been making like a teriyaki chicken mix for it. And I ordered pizza today. I've been craving it since we talked about it, what, like 2-3 streams ago? I'm like, oh my god, I need to have pizza. So I've got pizza now. I'm pogging. Alright. Okay, anyway. Hello! Just made some veggie burgers for freezing. Yum. Yeah. What? Oh my god. Thank you for gifting that to ramen. That's so focused. What kind of pizza? I got Hawaiian with the stuffed cheesy crust. As a little splurge for myself. Ew. Cute. Okay. Alright. Video game. Let's play Rise from the Ashes. Just scared me positive. For some reason, the audio cue for that came through my computer instead of my headphones. I don't know what's up with that. Let's hope the Switch audio comes through the right place. Where are we? Gaming. Okay, so we are picking up on day 3 of investigation. We've been slowly working our way through all of this case. This should be the final day of investigation. So we should gather all of our clues here. I'll load it up and then we can go over the court record, remember what we're up to. Maybe Phoenix will even recap it for us. What? It's a payment. You don't need to pay anything back, do you? What the hell? Zero obligation. But I do hope you like the emotes, ramen. Enjoy. I've got to make more. I think I have 1 or 2 unfilled slots still, so I've got to get on making more soon. Alright, Rise from the Ashes! No. Oh, and Spotify is still playing. I need that to stop. There we go. Alright, February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Rad & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. We left off at the end of the trial. Yeah, Emma cry. Emma tears. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. It sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
And that seems like a pretty good place to begin revising.
So we've got all our little guys here. We've got Emma, we've got Lana, we've got Angel Star, ex-detective, Jake Marshall, Cowboy, Damon Gant, Top Dog.
It's trying to be like my tragic backstory. It all started with the Weed 69 incident.
Yeah. But yeah, poor Emma. Ooh.
Alright.
Bruce Goodman, Mike Meekins,
Joe Dark,
and Neil Marshall. So we know that Jake Marshall is so involved because of Neil Marshall, his brother. Hi, Will. Yes, I'll drink some water, thank you. I filled up my bottle twice today. This is my third water bottle, so that's like a liter and a half. A liter and a half of water. Thank you. And posture check, I am sitting well. Oh my god, and Sherlock. Everybody on shrimp. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Alex. The moon. Oh my god, wait, we're investigating. Hello, sir. I love you. Come investigate with us. Okay, and then as for our actual... Thank you for the headpats, Ramen! Okay. I've just got a bunch of stuff, generally speaking. I'm not gonna go over every detail because that would take forever, and let's find out what happens.
He did start a Regina train.
The little channel point stickers that appear on stream? No, I just forgot to open the program that does that. Thanks for reminding me. There's so many, like, software that need to be open for everything to work, and I'm kind of forgetful. Why are Twitch's auto emojis so ugly? And you would think for a site built for millennials and zoomers it wouldn't do that. Okay, sorry, I'm waiting for the program to open. You can do it, little guy. Thank you, Will. Have a good day. There we go. Let me check to see if they're working. Nope. Well, that's okay. That's a problem for next stream. You like Twitch's auto emoji? Well, then I am glad that it's there for you. Alright, anyway. Okay. So the last thing we learned was that Neil Marshall, Lana Skye, and Emma Skye were all involved in the SL9 incident of the Joe Dark killings. Alright, okay, so. On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
Okay. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. Hi, Maisie! Sorry, Emma. She goes through so much. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then found a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes! I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
Oh no! It's not your fault, baby!
Miles also knows it's not your fault, baby.
You were still a child. You were 16 years old. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. Miles did do some shit. Yeah, playing through 1-2 again. It's like, wait a minute. He's darker than I remembered. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out.
Edgeworth apologized. I think both are valid. I like to think that Edgeworth did nothing wrong ever.
Howdy! Spoiler territory for Ace Attorney 1.
I like to think Miles did nothing wrong. I also think it's really juicy if he did do some things wrong and has to atone for that.
When it came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
Siblings. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. She was, just nearly died at 14. Emma.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
Well, that's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there?
Bye, Geese! Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a really good day?
Day, I think. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department.
I think Emma and Sholmes would get along
decently. I think Emma and Iris would get along excellently. Bye, keys! Of course, this happened at the police department. Hi, Godzilla! He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Silly? Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dart case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Okay, and with that, let's head to the detention center. February 24, detention center, visitors room. Lana. Mr. Wright. It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. I think it's so cute that Emma got into forensics likely because Lana was a detective. Yeah! Emma has such clear motivations. I love that about her. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. The trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. And I really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? Well, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr.
It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Let her out of the basement! Let her out of the detention center! Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. Miss Angel salutes women. He's just joking. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Wow, just straight up dead bodies, huh? AA7 manifesting. AA7, please come fix AA5 and 6 and give us Lana again. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. And during the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Marshall kinda kicked up. Ramen. I'm gonna pray it's Marshall, because I can't take it if it's Dark. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Let me run this by. I think you're valid. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against your Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay. Do we have anything we need to show to Lana? If we do, my brain is blanking on it, so we will simply come back here if we get stuck. And let's go. February 24, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Thought it could very well be the end of the life of the person who was being blamed for the shit. Yeah! You know? That's a good point. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. For some reason I was thinking this was the way to the prosecutor's office, but it's not. We'll go back to the detention center, and then we can go to the parking lot, and that will take us to the prosecutor's office. Everyone deserves a fair trial! February 24, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. We can do it, Phoenix. Oh my god, can we go see him? Can we go see him? Can we go see him? February 24, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. We cannot go see him. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Where is he? How do I get to... Can I not go there yet? I want to get to Gant's office. Alright, well, we haven't been to this one yet, so let's go there. Entire room says in disappointment. Is it the police department? Man. Okay, I was right the first time. Miles. I'm sure we'll see him eventually. I hope. Alright. February 24, police department entrance. Howdy, Bambino. Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Cat Jam! Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? We're talking about Miles Edgeworth, the red guy. I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry that you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Okay. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? Stab wounds, the fingerprints of the knife. It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye.
Much like John's match. Love it. Both hot.
The investigation lead, Damon Gaunt, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gaunt, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but our secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gaunt. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
He's so cool. He's a little freak, but he's cool. Okay, if I go into criminal affairs. Oh, here we go. February 24, police station, criminal affairs department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. He's being sent to the Capcom basement. Misery. Edgeworth's cravat brush! I think that would be so fun to use, honestly. Oh no, little cowboy man, don't go into the basement.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
It's the frilly thing he wears around his neck. Except it's also not. A cravat is something else. A jabot is also something else. There is no word for the absurd thing that he wears around his neck. And a soggy brush! Oh my god, beloved. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
Oh my god, a soaky head brush.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gaunt's office. Thank you, Godzilla. I will drink some water. It's what they deserve. Make a sogi and Miles cravat brushes. Get recognition. Oh, and stretch. Oh my god. Alex free from meal prep, pug. Thank you, D, for stretch. None of my bones are cracking. That's good. Alright.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there?
I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. I miss Gumshoe! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh boy. Okay. Sholmes is getting distracting, so I'm going to murder him. There we go. Oh my god, a sulky spotlight. No! Yeah, this is this is an office. February 24, Police Department, Chief's Office. The theme does fuck. Oh my god, you haven't even met Gumshoe! So this case... The organs make sense right now. This case is different to most cases, because the majority of the detectiving is handled by Mr. Cowboy instead of Dick Gumshoe, who is normally the detective. He's a sweetheart, he's really good. I hope you'll join us for Ace Attorney 2, you'll see more of him then. Sholmes is my beloved, Herlock Sholmes from the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh my god, Wyatt. That's this guy. Starts longing me out of my window like a widow. Let's Sholmes! Alright, where are we? Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Yeah, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Batch. Back. Oops, sorry, the dialogue went away by its own. I never could remember where C was. Hmm? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Sir, writer, have you been swimming lately? Bark. Thank you. Like a dog. Bark. Bark. No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, do you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how the time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. That's thunderbolt on you. You do have that hair. Cowboy brother, yeehaw, baby. Look, Gant looks like he almost has a normal skin tone in this one. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Photo of the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Gant. I can't say Gant. I'm not American enough. I can't do it. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. Plus location of the armor. The way that armor is just like fully in the frame. There's a lot of issues with this photo though. Lack of contrast between his own suit and skin color. Yeah. I also feel like it might... No, I'm looking at both of my monitors. It looks like his suit and his skin are the same color. Hey, well. You know, he had to do it to him. There is so much. There is so much here. I'm not sure what I am noticing because I remember and what I'm noticing because I would notice, so I won't point anything out, but there is so much here. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. You were so scary. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. I don't suppose we can just walk back in. Okay. Where to go? Where to go? We love breaking and entering. Maybe we can steal this ladder? Ramen and B. Brain cell. No way we can just walk back in, right? February 24, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. Gumshoe! 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 Hey! Hey, pal! Hey, pal! Beloved. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I think he might have shown up really briefly last stream. I'm doing my best to remember. From sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. That sounds serious. Oh my god, that little cat otter thing? Beloved. He was in the evidence room, you're right. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes! Oh my god, you have so many. Beloved. Little guy! But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this... There are really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of than... Thank you for the luck! Thank you for stopping by! Thank you for the head pats, Lemon. But he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work! Yes, sir. Lunch again sometime, my treat! Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about her. Under all this pressure, and I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. Their best fucking friend! The way Gumshoe looks out for him so much. Sobbing, crying. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon.
Complete opposites and bros. I love them.
Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Let's read this fast. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman?
And what made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal? Oh my god, he was a shapeshifter?
He killed it. What? The text is just going. The kid walked by just then, so we killed him too. Then, when burying the body, so Jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Why would you not?
Okay. There's no history in this, and the text just goes, but it doesn't give you a warning when it's just gonna go.
No! No!
Despicable. I won't defend you on this one. Seems like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. Kills the witness and then turns himself in? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
Yeah, we're great. We had fun.
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma.
Okay, we were presenting the murder weapon, I believe.
About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Spoiler text would be so good.
Yeah. I wish Twitch had channels, like Discord. It would make it much harder to moderate. But being able to reply to, like, specific channels and opt in and out of them would be really good. Alright, okay. Did I get any... Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. He traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record.
Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Switchblade knife updated in the court record.
Belonged to Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gown. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's why Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The Chief's out now and his office is locked.
but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
And if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. What do we have that will make him change his mind? Is this anything? Is this anything?
I feel like we should be able to convince him by, telling him that it will help Edgeworth. But, I don't know if we have an option for that. I think the picture, yeah. Oops, I want to present. But I am not in the present option. That's why that's not working.
Present!
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. You don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
Okay, not the picture. This one?
In studying up on those files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, and it's a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dart guilty. That didn't help either. I wonder if we can get something from another source, since I don't think we have anything on us right now. But maybe Miles is back? Hopes and prayers? Praying for Miles to be in his office now? February 24, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is! It looks like he's writing something. We got him!
What are you doing here?
Hi, King! Your cravat looks especially frilly today.
You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Yes, you do.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
This whole thing hits differently. On second playthrough. It hits real differently. That's Edgeworth for you. Repressed. As if Phoenix has room to talk. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Keep your head up, King. Your crown is falling.
Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me.
To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. He lifts his chin up gently and fixes his cravat for good luck. Yeah, the front-facing glaring sprite is so...
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors.
Yeah, you got it right, Sim.
I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
Did you try turning it over? Have you looked at the back? Hey, Miles?
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty.
Literally gonna take me 3 years to remember all the characters. The only one I really remember is Emma. The ones you need: Phoenix Wright, our protagonist; Miles Edgeworth, our antagonist? Deuteragonist? He's sort of both. It's really a enemies to friends sort of situation. But yeah, take your time. Everyone here is always happy to info dump. I am always delighted to go, this one's Edgeworth!
Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day?
The day Detective Goodman was murdered.
You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right.
Suspicious.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding is a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right.
No, that's Sky. This is right. I'm just sort of just waiting for the day when I ask who somebody is and they're literally right in front of us. If it happens, it will be delightful.
Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
And that was what the official prosecutor trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Prosecutors are so pretentious.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago in the Kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. The cross-examination music. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Ah, Phoenix. Ah, Phoenix, you are so smart, Mr. Right. Intellectual of the century. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see! So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Get him, Mr. Edgeworth. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. Oh my god, you're so funny, Edgeworth. How tall are you? Oh my god, 5'10", 5'11" with the bangs? You're so funny. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Oh my god, hi Nautilus! King of Prosecutors trophy updated in the court record. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. Okay. Now, Miles, I was really hoping you were gonna give us something that we could give to Gumshoe. So... Can I present the trophy? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. It has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean, anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Why can't he just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record? I guess I'd better present this other shield. Okay, but we already did that. So then... Is that it? You don't have anything for me? Maybe there's something here. Wait! No, this is the... I remember. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Riot. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something! This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Okay, so this is what we need for Gumshoe. Edgeworth's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Edgeworth's edgy emo art. Senpai, I'm begging you to play the game. If only you knew. If only you knew what he had put us through already.
Okay. We forgive you, Miles! I like to think that's the reason he said it like that. Yeah, this is the custom chess set. I like to think the reason he's like, I don't need anyone to forgive me is because Phoenix is like, well, I'll forgive you. Miles, you've never done anything wrong in your life. Okay. I don't think I can get him to talk about this. Can I?
They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth.
Edgeworth.
The others are right. They have no right to serve as a prosecutor.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job.
I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something! This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Okay. Okay. Let's just leave him like this, I guess. February 24. Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. It's hard to play through the entirety of the first game and not wind up simping for Edgeworth a little bit. Excuse me. April the month or April May? Your following message, so goddamn hot, did not clarify if it's the month or if it's the character for me even a little bit. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. Not okay. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Ma? 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 Hello? Hello? Huh? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Sorry, losing my goddamn mind. Ah! Pause jump into. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for the transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, back. Thank you. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. The Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Okay. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. Angel's cool. Angel's really cool. We trailed him for half a year. All the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, he must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Thank you, Dee. Let me hydrate. I will. Yes, okay. I will drink for you as well. Everyone glug glug glug. Another one? Okay. As far as I'm aware, grapes are not liquids, and therefore they do not count. Man, I want a bento. I keep thinking about ordering one, thanks to Angel, but they're so expensive when you like Uber them, and I don't want to go into the city. It's scary.
Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Huh?
Lana Skye.
My sister? The drowning has happened before. Hydrate used to be a lot cheaper. There's not a lot of like restaurants. There's a lot of like small like sushi places and places that make bentos, but none that are like within walking distance, which means that I would have to actually go into the city. Cut and War flashbacks. The choking, that was on me. I am thinking specifically of Will and Ronnie coming in and being like, oh my god, he has 19 hydrate redeems.
The best of the case were put on that SO9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation.
Ramen exposed.
That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
I think, thank you Ramen for the hydrate, I think the Angel could have a little Lamada as a treat. I'm doing really well at not choking. For my, in my defense. In for a penny, in for a pound. More like in for a pond. Christ. You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties.
Bye Dee, see you later.
Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean?
Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she thought as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief...
That's right. Having solved the SO9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But
But how did she control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Stark. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oof. Okay. You've connected the dots? Proud of you. Sorry, going crazy. Alright. I am so proud of you. Okay. Do you have anything to show Angel? She sort of told us everything about this already. I'm sure it will all become clear in the end, so... In that case, let's move on. Oh, we can go to the police department and show Gumshoe what Miles is planning on doing. Proud of your restraint, Nautilus. If it doesn't, that's okay too. You've come in at the very end of the first game, and halfway through the case, so you're missing some context, and that's okay. February 24, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I'm gonna make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SO9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. I love that he's like, I'm not risking my job here. Like, I have to provide. I have to feed myself. I'm not gonna risk this just for you. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. The Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. I love their friendship so much. I love how much he cares about Edgeworth. I love it. Exactly! That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. And after all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. The police department ID card allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Oh boy! Thank you, Gumshoe. Thank you for being willing to put your job on the line for Mr. Edgeworth. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. I would buy the heck out of a spin-off game where we play as Gumshoe. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in! If anyone finds us now... Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. The stakes in this case! Screaming. The stakes in this case, indeed. Don't want to be a detective without Edgeworth around. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
Didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Phoenix, no!
Don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
What if we're lucky? Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. He almost seems cool here. Okay. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for that? There, I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
As Nautilus is saying, Detective, it does seem a bit small for Gam. I don't think he'd fit in there. Gotta start tax fraud early. Emma's always been a bright girl, ahead of her time. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Ooh. Oops, I missed. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gam's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gam! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Oh, I wonder what that could possibly mean. Hey, look at the case name!
Huh? SO9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about the case.
It would appear so.
Evidence list added to the court record. List of evidence in the SO9 incident. Was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Gumshoe and Edgeworth sharing brain cells! And Phoenix and Edgeworth sharing evidence. Not in a bad way though. Not in a corrupt way. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Do I?
It could be a police code. They finish each other's evidence list. I have one number in mind that it could be. I don't appear to have any other numbers. So it has to be. Unless I just don't have the number yet. No harm in trying. No harm in trying.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
No, please tell us your birthday. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input. Oh, there we go. Pug! Hacker voice, I'm in. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
77777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 77777777? That ID number.
I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gaunt's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? 7 sevens indeed. Alright, what's he got in here? Let me in.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
No, it's a
shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. And what's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Huh. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe.
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now we have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these true items related to the SO9 incident? Come on! There's got to be something we can show the detective. Yeah. See.
Detective Gumshoe, did you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together.
Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells.
Enjoy your food, ramen!
Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gaunt was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Ba-ba-da-da!
Ah, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SO9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
has a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gaunt hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated in the court record. Oh boy. Radish. A radish line. Line of radishes. Okay. Now, for the other thing. I think we want to get a fingerprint off of that, so we should present the fingerprinting set. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, what's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check the prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I think I want... Is this one too faint? I'm worried that this one is too thick. Let's start here, see how we go. Looking good. This song is such a bop. Oh, okay, never mind. Too dense. I gave it my best shot. The kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? And it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay. In that case... maybe the pinky, honestly. Probably also not great, but that's okay. We can just push through. Same dialogue. This one looks too dense. It could be the thumb. How many times can we try it? Oh, here we go. Okay, wasn't too dense at all. Thank you for the luck, Alex! Nearly. Ba-da-da! All it does is send a little command. I feel like it has... Oh, Jesus Christ, this is Emma's. I feel like it has, like a cultural thing. It's just an easy way to be like, bye, I'm not gonna be, like, around, but I'm still gonna show up. I don't know. I use it when I'm, like, leaving something running in the background, so I'm not gonna be, like, participating or, like, paying much attention. But I think people use it in different ways. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? There's Emma Sky's prints. Okay. Now, we've still got a fair bit of examining to do, I believe. I don't know if the organ is important particularly. We have that photo in our court record already. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Well, there's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Okay, cute. Nothing behind me. I guess we'll have a look at this.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
And the day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think?
Oops, two slides.
I guess we can take a look at the organ.
Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. I feel like maybe I've just read too much bad fanfiction. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. And occasionally we hear him playing it from a criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the Chief calls them to his office, and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
I've never thought anything weird in my life. My head is nowhere near the gutter. I don't know why you would even think that. But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point.
Okay. Did we... I thought we said on the phone already. Did we not?
Wow, look at the size of... No, we did.
Found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SO9 incident.
The Stratchworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Okay, can do. I feel like I'm missing something. I'm just not entirely sure what. Wait! Now that we're in, Dufaki, I forgot. Wait, how much new evidence have we got? I forgot I'm allowed to look at things now! Oh my fucking god. Okay, we're not gonna look at this one, because we know whose prints those are. Turn the back- Oh! The back of the back! Hog, the back of the front. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now.
Huh?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. Imagine if Gant held into the room, that would be scary. Yeah! That sure would be scary! Okay, is that the only thing I have that I can turn over that I got recently? Ah, no, I don't want to watch that. Please don't make me watch that. I'm so sick of watching that. Okay. I just feel like I remember something else going on here. Am I just wrong? Oh, we can examine the jar as well. We haven't done that yet.
Hey, look here! It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stain on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line.
That is odd. Okay, we're not allowed to do anything about that yet, though. I guess I'm mistaken. Let's go see... Why am I lost? Let's go see Niles. Huh? Sorry. I don't like that this isn't triggering anything new.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Atwood just told you no in a very stylish manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show you my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Huh. You know, Miles, you would think that you would think that after being dismissed for dismissing evidence, you would learn something. Okay, this makes me think that we definitely are missing something in the lot though. I'm just not sure what. Okay, time to look at absolutely everything. Leave no stone unturned.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up.
If you would have dropped that suit of armor from here.
First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
He breaks into the office.
Yeah. Really? Why didn't he?
And they say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Okay, so that's nothing. And I've examined all of this. Do I have something to talk to? Oh my god. Didn't talk to Gumshoe. That was the issue. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yeah. Well, that's why I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it that.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think?
Nah, you wouldn't be.
No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a little bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do you think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Well, was there any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the coat? Chief Gant!
Haha. Imagine if Gant hauled into the room. That would be scary. We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Huh, you in the coat. Misa? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
No! Don't fire Gumshoe. He's so sexy.
But sir... Now get out. Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you're the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Misa?
I'd like a word with you.
I said he's sexy because I was quoting a meme, but also I stand by it.
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair? You're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking around in there, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Not less.
Yeah, that's why I was so convinced that I was missing something. Like, I distinctly remember being interrupted by Ganton here. And yet.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. What? Oh my god, what? Godzilla? What the hell? Thank you so much for the donation! I'm glad that the body's working. Thank you so much! What the hell? I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Thanks for the streams! And I have so much fun streaming. I am always delighted to stream. Thank you so much for coming to hang out.
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Oh boy. February 24, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Lana? Women. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Oh my god! Miles talks about us! I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. Miles is Edgeworth. That is correct. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Wellness guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable,
Then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Does the vase count? Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth.
Do you know what these are?
The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, and it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh?
Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. And then I called my sister to tell her what had happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SO9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh boy. And that concludes the investigations portion. One day of trial remaining. Okay. Final day. Trial forma. Damn indeed. I want to take a quick break and eat some food. Which I have next to my desk, so I don't have to go anywhere. But now is a great time to go and grab a snack, fill up your water bottle, etc., etc. Where is my music? I've got pizza! I ordered some this morning and I've still got a little bit of leftovers. Did I fully mute Spotify? No, it's just decided it doesn't want to work. That's fine. Here we go. Lilo Picks in Discord? Pug? Give me a second and I will. There we go. There's Spotify. Very quiet song. Alright, let me open up Discord. Lilo, rather. Oh my god, she's so cute! Little guy! What the hell? She's adorable. Woo, 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 woo. Cat. Oh my god, you have cats as well, Simp? Pug? I would love to see them. Oh my god, wait. Okay, so... Hi Ramen! We finished the investigations portion. I'm just having a quick snack before we go to trial. Welcome back. So... I have 2 cats and one that is staying with me until something gets sorted out. Cute. Purring Lilo. Baby, baby, baby. I got a text from my mum today. And it was like a video text. And like she sent me like this whole like 3-minute long video. I was like, okay. Kind of weird. I wonder what this is about. And I'm expecting it to be like my cat who lives back at home with my mum, like rolling around in the sun or whatever, being cute. But instead she's walking through my old bedroom. And my bedroom back at home was like separate from the rest of the house. I lived in like a little like offset granny flat type thing. It was just like a big room and like a little tiny bathroom. There was no like kitchenette or anything. But yeah. And so she sends me this video of her walking through it. And there's all of this like dirt all over the ground and these weird like sticky bits, which is weird because I left it clean when I moved out and she's had to go in there to dust before like house inspections and stuff because she rents. So that doesn't make much sense. Like, why is it dirty? And so she walks through, and the further she goes into the room and the more stuff she points out, the more, like, obvious it becomes. You see that there's dirt all over the windows, and, there's dirt along there's, like, a fireplace, and it's got, like, a wooden mantelpiece, and that's covered in dirt, and the same, like, sticky stuff. And she goes into the bathroom, and the sink is covered in dirt, and the toilet is, like, disgusting. Like, it's just covered in so much, like, mud. And she walks back out. Oh my god, Nautilus, take care of yourself. Yes, please have some ice, have some water. Heat stroke. Heat stroke is very important. She walks back out and she's like, so I'm thinking, like, nothing could have got in here, right? All of the doors are shut, all of the windows are shut. As I mentioned, there is a fireplace, and the grate that normally sits in front of the fireplace has been knocked over. And she's like, so, okay, something could have gotten in down the fireplace, but how would it get out? And then the camera pans to my old bookshelf, and there is a possum fast asleep curled up on the bookshelf. Just sitting there. Pass the hell out. Let me find the exact video she sent me. I'll put the image up. It was so cute. Oh my god, wait, no, she sent me more. Sorry, just opened my phone. Oh, she decided to leave it in there for the day, because we have a cat and she doesn't want them to meet. And, you know, it's not gonna move until nighttime either, but I guess she's decided to let me out because she just sent me a photo and said it took apple from her hand. Oh my god. Let me get these off of my phone so that I can put them up on screen. A little guy. Let me send this to myself. It felt so Ace Attorney, right? Like, well, it can't have gotten out. Oh my god, it's right there. Look, here it is! Little guy eating apple! On my old dinosaur poster next to my old mouse and old laptop. My abandoned bookshelf. What is a possum but a funny little cat, right? Cute. Oh, I hope it manages to get out okay. Apparently, we're not sure how long it was in there, but apparently there was recently a tree that was becoming a bit of like a danger, so it had some of the branches lopped off. And I wonder if maybe its little home was one of those branches. So it had to find a new home and ended up in my old bedroom. Glad to see that's a new tenant. Oh my god, she sent me a video of him chewing as well. He's got a piece of apple in each hand. I don't know if I can put a video on screen, but I can put screenshots up. Little fucking guy indeed. I so was not expecting her to like pan the camera around and then there's a possum there. It just sitting there, just vibing. Ew. It's hard to see because it's so low res, but it's got an apple here and an apple here and it's teeny little paws. 2 appy pieces. Opossum is just a cooler raccoon. That tracks. Ow. Oh my god, he's just like me for real, eating my little pizza. Anyway, that was my excitement for the day. Possum Fancam! Possum Fancam 1. I should learn to edit videos. Yeah, no possums with me right now, but there's a dog staring so very lovingly at my pizza. Cats are posted in general? Pog, let me go have a look. Oh my god, they're so cute! They're all so distinct. Do they have names? Puppy dog. I'm almost done with my pizza. Almost ready to get back to it. Why is day-old pizza so good though? It's just as good. Pizza leftovers are just as good as pizza fresh, if not better. Last bite. Black and white one is Kylie, one in the box is Pixie, and the other one is Raphael? Cute. Oh my god, Stray! That's so charming. One time walking home from the public transport, I met a cat whose he had a collar tag on that said, Loki, not lost, lives close. And now every single time I walk back from the public transport, I'm like, Loki, Loki, Loki. But I've still only seen him once. Brother's ginger baby, cute. My cat's a ginger idiot as well. He's getting really old now. I've had him since I was 7, which means that he is... Basic math, I can do it. 14 now. 15 now! Oh my god, he's 15. Oh my god, Peaches. Peaches the ginger cat? That's so cute. And Milo the stray! Ooh, woo, 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 woo. Okay, puppy dog, there's no more food. See? All gone. All gone. Okay, video game. Let's do a trial. Fight, fight, win, win. Let me minimize Discord. There we go. February 25th, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Why could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Love making a random guess and getting it right. Emma. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I had a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. You don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? He's come so far. He was such a different person in case 2. I'm so proud of him. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Character development. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant materializes behind you. Better luck next time, kid.
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, LG! Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my walk. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
Oh my god, buddy! Hi! I'm good, how are you?
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
I don't like when he stares silently. I have fear.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? One simple request. Send me to jail. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. It's just the last case all over again!
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, though this is an unprecedented situation.
Great, thank you! Yes, sir! What up, Pug?
Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening. Miles? Miles?
It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Thank you!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
Brady! Howdy!
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be.
Holy shit, Miles, get him!
With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye.
Yes, Michael looked right at him.
I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
God, that's such a good line.
I love him!
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. My occupation? Weird little girl.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 3 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to Yestia has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Don't worry, Phoenix, he learned that from you.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
2 years ago. Okay, she's going to his sister's office. Why? 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Nana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came running in and took her hostage. No Marshall rescued her. But in that instant, she saw the man raising up his knife and stabbing Marshall in the chest. Now, do we have Marshall's autopsy report? He was stabbed in the back. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss after 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. It pierced the heart and lung, but it says he was stabbed in the back. That's Neil Marshall. No? Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
Huh? Really?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Riot.
What? Whoops, that didn't go so well. Do I have to press on that? I don't see how stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest versus stabbed him in the back. I don't. Okay. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does.
I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, I guess we just press on everything then. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
Lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture?
Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Okay. Are we allowed to present the picture on it?
I'm so thrown by getting caught up from that before. What? It clearly says he was stabbed in the back. That's a contradiction! Anyway, what am I after? The evidence list. And I've definitely examined this, but I'm just going over it again just to be certain. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SO9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it. Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! The back of the back of the back. Please, Your Honor, I'm...
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this?
What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Phoenix is guilt tripping Edgeworth over Emma's drawing. Gaslight gatekeep girl. Gaslight gatekeep girl, boss.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What?
What?
Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor,
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Mail's just never turned over.
That's that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. These people are really a piece of paper over.
I like that the number of years keeps going up in chat.
I like that he immediately blames Gumshoe. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in the SO9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Emma's picture. Okay. Wait, is this that part? Man, I remember being frustrated by this the first time. I hope I'm not wrong, that would be embarrassing. But I think it's this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
See, this sort of gets me. because I feel like it's just drawn like a perfect rectangle, and the rest of the art is so simplified that you assume that it's a stylization. But I'm fairly sure that this is supposed to represent the knife being broken. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. I mean, I don't know. This is like one of the only pieces of evidence I have a gripe with in any of the Ace Attorney games. I think it's because it took me so long to get the first time I played it. I just don't think it's very clear.
Then I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Yeah, it feels like it's stylized. Like, am I also supposed to be like, oh my god, contradiction, these people have balls for hands instead of hands? I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Pray tell!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. The Edgeworth BBZ parallels continue. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body.
The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
There's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No, Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Damn, Phoenix, go off! The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. But the chances of there being two broken knives.
Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Now, if I'm not mistaken. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright! In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I am telling you, Nautilus. Just double checking.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Can I just present the whole photo here? I think I probably can. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's why it's missing. Disappeared 2 years ago. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. So we've got the King of Prosecutors trophy in the current day, and this is what it looked like 2 years ago, with the knife that is now conspicuously gone.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, it's broken for symbolism. I think it's just made that way. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh.
Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything! Yeah, I mean, you would think immediately after the previous case that people would be a little less quick to assign roles.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth!
What is it?
Would you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony.
They assumed it was just doodled by a gumshoe since the, I mean, it looks just like the Blue Badger, right? And the Blue Badger is brand new.
Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I like Lana too. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife... Wait, okay, we already read all of this. So she knocked away the man with the knife. That girl silence voice clap for the judge silence. Ah! Women's rights. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when she saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course! See, I even drew a picture of him here!
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother.
Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us. Where in the room did you see him dancing?
Wasn't in the room, but she saw his shadow. Say that 10 times fast. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? It's like the weird horn thingers because it circles. Pointless. Pointless. Who is this blue badger really? The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. I'm afraid it's not the armor. Mr. Wright?
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Oh boy. Okay, I've been dreading this part from a mechanic standpoint. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
We've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Manifesting first try! Oh boy. Okay. It is so... fiddly. Stop offsetting. Please. Please. There should be like a reset button, but there isn't. Do we need to have it the other way? I might need to have it the other way.
Yeah, that seems better. But, I think that maybe? Maybe? That looks right to me. Please? Nope. Isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badger.
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more? Or horizontally? It is not kind enough. Yeah, this bit is, notoriously fiddly. Thank you for the luck. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is this the exact same as last time? Does it go like this? It needs to have a little bit of point. Thank you, Ramen. What do we think? Maybe a little bit higher, like that. I think lower? Like here? I think I was too low before. I'm not entirely sure though. Can I get the horns even? It moves so much. But... oh, like this? Please, please, I want the horns to... there we go, that's pretty good. That looks pretty good, right? Right? We'll try this, we'll try this. Oh! Second try, baby! Let's fucking go! Well, was this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. World's worst minigame complete.
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean? I'm supposed to have a point in court? I thought I was just supposed to have evidence. I've got the evidence. You're always telling me I don't have evidence. I've got the evidence. Now you're telling me I need a point?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Yeah, Phoenix, I'd love for you to tell us. I feel like it changes everything. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
A very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Well,
the location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
the
the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that?
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. But this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have to have had been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes, I am for once thinking. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Of course the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
This is too much view changing. There's a pretty good reason that Emma blocked this out of her memory. Oh god, indeed. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! No! There she goes. Poor Emma. Yes, Emma, you're a murderer. And manslaughterer, technically, I believe.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
We don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify without Maya.
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, was he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar.
Getting stabbed through the heart and lung and didn't die instantly? Yeah, that's pretty brutal. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the line has changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Yeah. Misery. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. Best kindergarten class. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. Ah! Frisk Clubs! Hey! Welcome. Thank you for following. Lovely to have you with us.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Sky.
Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Gant.
He's
VTuber that was found dead in my room wasn't me. It was just ketchup. It was just ketchup, Your Honor, I swear it.
You understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
Still, welcome to Ace Journey. Everything's fine all the time, and it never hits you hard. We know of the fact that Gant withheld evidence? Yes. I'm hoping we can prove it, since we have us and Emma and Gumshoe as witnesses to the fact that we found it in the safe.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge.
Protect your boyfriend, Phoenix.
Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, order, order!
No, don't kill the Sims. We're all Sims. I really like the sprite of Phoenix in the zoom out though. Yeah, it's good. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Trial part 1 complete. Pug. Oh boy, trial ladder. Ah, okay. Let's go.
February 25th, 12:06. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Edgeworth is indeed Van Zieks, but less slutty. Yes. Evidence flaw? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
The 2 laws of evidence, which we will never, ever talk about again. You know, the fact that we never talk about this again makes a lot more sense now that I know that this came out after the trilogy, and not between.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
4K for Anime Mia Faye? You're right, you got us. Your Honor, I plead guilty. From Miss Guy, explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Securely slipped into pocket.
You haven't met Mia.
She's only present in the first case.
You saw her and called her pretty briefly in the Discord.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. And what's that now with the chief prosecutor's sentence?
That's why you're wrong, detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? I am still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me,
Mr. Edgeworth.
the real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do?
Big boover Mia, God bless.
Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of, and the Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25, 12:52, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't think it counts as killing if the body's dead.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. This judge is a pussy. Get his ass.
It would prove
That I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Red, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... I might play Pokemon. I probably won't play the others. Welcome back, D. You missed a decent chunk. We are in the second trial portion. We are in trial ladder, and I'm trying to work out which witness to call. Okay, dad jokes. It's him, isn't it? Yeah, okay, no, Phoenix says the time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. Okay, in that case... Scary! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant. What does he have to do with anything?
Oh my god, Fraulein, help.
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
It's about to go down.
What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation.
What? Thank you, Lottie! Thank you, Lottie! That's what I've been saying! If you just made him a little less orange. It's the sprite routine Gordon plays with his hair. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Lottie.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. I think you're valid for Strongheart. I don't think you're valid for Dark. Alex, proud of you. I don't think Gant qualifies as a DILF specifically, but he is an attractive older man. No! No! You can't say that! I don't think this man has children. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Alright, what's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SO9 incident. Is that kill? 8 cap? Yeah, alright. No simping for old mans? But what if I wanna? No. There's no simping here. I like Gant as a character. Fucking hate him also, is the thing. I think Ramen should be allowed to say whatever they want.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Well, like what?
He's ugly, but in a cute kind of way. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look! It's charming. I like his green eyes. I like his pink glasses. I like his hair and beard. I don't like his orangeness. He's got something going on here. I will not defend myself any further.
Well, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this. I mean, obviously Phoenix is like far superior, but you know.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
I think Gant would be on Instagram as an Insta baddie. For the love of anime, he's like, look, I'm not interested. I'm appreciative.
We are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Phoenix looks like he's in a fraternity and Gant looks like he owns a golf club. Yeah, well... I also think if his suit was black, he would look better.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Joke's on you, he's so... Love that.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Okay, SO9 incident. We're about to catch this man lying through his teeth.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That sounds like bullshit to me. My language is say lying from his ass. Love that.
Was that when Dark was arrested?
Him?
He was laying on the floor unconscious.
Oh my god. Seeing you send a link means that I just realized that Ramen is finally free from Link's baby jail.
When Emma sent Gant flying, when Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
You're free, Ramen! No, you are welcome to send Soryu whenever.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay. I'm not allowed to make mistakes here, am I? No, I am. Okay. Oh, that's the other thing you missed. You missed me getting a penalty that I'm actually a little mad about. Ramen, what have you got? What link is this? Beloved! Amen. A penalty is when we do the wrong thing. You can see in the top right, there's that little bar. When I present the wrong evidence or press when I shouldn't, I get penalized. If you time out the bar, you game over. Emma says that she sees him be stabbed in the chest, and the court record says that he was stabbed in the back, and that doesn't count when you present that? I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time when I make a mistake, I'm like, okay, I see how I did that wrong. But when you game over, do you just like start again from save file, or like what happens? I actually have no idea. I've never done it or looked it up. Okay. Enjoy your food, Nautilus! Start again from save file? Oh my god. Incentive to save. And good luck, Alex. Alright. If you do not make sure to get a coupon for the cocktail. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, stare at me. You'd be better off staring at the court record.
Okay. Polish keeps chatting out because you're watching the stream. Oh no!
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay. Now I believe we link him via the evidence that he had hidden. I had already arranged the scene. Okay. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Please, 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 please. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's the defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Reto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of detectives' presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office.
Dee, I think you're good to send Susato. And then maybe after stream we can pick up and have a look at some of the others. If you spoiler tag them, you're welcome to put them in general in Discord, as long as they're appropriately tagged.
In relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Alright, evidence and forgery.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Ooh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Odgie, in return though. I know. Not place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Can't prove when. Can't prove when. Can I? Phoenix and Miles fighting for their lives. I'd say they're dating Your Honor, but he is the Honor. You're so right. I wish that they weren't though, because it makes my job so much harder. Isn't this the case that made him chief of police? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reap from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Get him, Phoenix!
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Get his ass!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or we might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Nothing in it for him, huh? Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Well, I mean, his accomplice is Lana, right? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Huh? Great, thank you, Dee. Let me drink some water. Thank you. That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Yeah, Mr. Judge, are you sure this is the who you want to say?
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
You would be able to use his chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Judge. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Rasher, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
Afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident. Judge is underrated. I think he would be funnier if he knew that he was funny.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about
the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman.
I will argue that, actually. I raise you case 1 too, where Edgeworth comes forward and says that he has it on good authority that the judge will listen to anything that he has to say on the matter.
The murder of Detective Bruce Goodman.
The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial.
almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible.
Eren Yeager's no! No, I'll never unsee that. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. Just throw him under the bus?
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer in the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
Thank you, Dee. I'm thinking really hard right now.
I see.
They're working together.
Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Do we have the screwdriver? Yes. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. So this proves that Gant orchestrated Edgeworth going back to the office. Is this right? What else could it be? I feel like this is like flimsy. Oh, it'll be the safe number. The ID card record. We know that the person who entered earlier is him. Please be this. Please be this.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
I'm sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open it. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. I broke into your office, bestie. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Little breaking and entering with the homies to prove who the killer is.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. Offensive search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
I feel like if I played this, I would fail so much. I have the benefit of having played it once before. Nail Karen emoji. Miles, please don't be mean to us.
But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Chad Phoenix admitted to breaking and entering in court. He's just built different.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Snitched on himself to secure the bag on a bigger crime.
Narrators just do this.
And we love them for it.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I think Edgeworth told the truth.
Okay. Is this then the screwdriver? Question mark? No. That's... I'm getting ahead of myself. What am I proving?
Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Ah, thank you for head pats, Steve. Ooh. Guess that gatekeep worked for us. Thank you. I think I need it. I feel like my brain is melting. Proof that Gant went to meet Goodman. What have I got? My badge. Goodman's ID. Trophy, knife, parking stub, badger, autopsy report. So known. We know that he met him, so we must be able to prove it. Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. But it was half-written, which implies that he didn't really finish it. No, it must be this. Stinky dog! Dog farts are the worst. I don't understand how something that cute produces smells that bad. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you were in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Such a cool breakdown look. Such a cool animation. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Oh my, he's gotten himself into a bit of a pickle. His breakdown's really good. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. But the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
Oh my god, do your mind! This fucking guy.
I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. Oh my god, his beard does look like a shell. Wow. Character design! You have an entire police force at your disposal.
So you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, here, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. The screwdriver!
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. Until this time I thought it was just useless glue taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? And what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. Hey Miles, you had a dead body in your trunk the whole day. Oopsie.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Oh my god, first you didn't check the papers back, and then now you drove an entire body to a second location, Miles? Yeah, Miles is Edgeworth. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Get him, Phoenix.
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked.
Oh yeah, can you get us a takeout? Thanks! He takes the early bird special.
There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right?
I think we've established this. We're great.
And if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I've had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? I sure fucking hope I do, because he's gonna leave otherwise. Concrete proof that he killed Goodman. Concrete proof that he killed Goodman. Concrete proof that he killed Goodman. It's not that you don't have proof, it's that you have to have proof. We do have to have proof. Think crazy! Come on, Phoenix. Think crazy. I'm thinking crazy. Okay, I'm trying to think even crazier. The proof is... The proof is... The proof that Gant killed Goodman. The proof is in the pudding, and not in the court record. I don't think we have it. The K trophy? Was presented to Neil originally 2 years ago, and then presented to Miles more recently. Yeah. If you don't have anything, tell the truth. I know. I'm not... I'm not opposed to clicking no, I don't have proof. I just want to make really fucking sure that I don't have proof first. I don't think I do, though. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Edgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the Chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Roger. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
But someone's gonna object, right? No, but wait, someone's gonna object, right? Miles?
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
But someone's gonna object, right? Thank you.
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
Miles, thank you so fucking much! A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for... Please? Please? Please?
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Oh, it's him.
Come on, Lana Lady, be a luck tonight.
Woo.
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Rat's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
He was eavesdropping outside the door.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right?
Right? Like, he just walks. What? This is witness tampering happening right in front of our very goddamn eyes. Ah!
Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
You piece of shit. Manfred did the same thing. Yeah, everything sucks all the time. People in power have the power to do that, I suppose. Misery.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
February 25, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs.
Our chief, do something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean? Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of the moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
Sholmes is Sir Reese's Puffs. Come here, baby. Hi, baby. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. It's not fair, he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said?
Sholmes the harlot? Sholmes the whore? Hallock Sholmes the fucking book character?
But Chief, it is not a right to be casually involved. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
I gave you an image. Image. Boy. The slut. You mean, who is talking here? Emma? You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Yes, okay, good. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Sholmes isn't in this game. Sholmes is from the other ones. Dayakutan Saiden. He is my beloved, my little Scrunkly. But right now we are playing Ace Attorney, not the Great Ace Attorney. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Our beloved comrade. relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. Ramen, we can do Sholmes talk anytime! Sholmes talk. Sholmes talk. Sholmes talk. I love him so fucking much, it's unreal. I miss playing DGS, I miss fawning over him. But that's okay, because Tony's playing DGS, so I get to go to Tony's streams and fawn over him there. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean?
Replay DGS, do you? DGS is it's part of the Ace Attorney franchise, but not part of the same plotline as these games. Custom DGS skin approved? That is so poggers! That looked so good. It looked amazing. Hell yeah!
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now.
Emma seems so cute and boppy.
If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
Trial part 2 complete. I think it's just one part left. Hoping, praying. Final day. Trial ladder. She can't be jailed for that. And she certainly can't be death penaltyed for that. Thank God. Thank you, D. Alright, let me drink some water real quick. Oh, we're nearly there, boys! We are so close. Manifesting hope and Sholmes. Ah, hydrate and posture check. Thank you, Ramen and D.
Let me put Sholmes on the screen for a second so I can look at him.
Okay. Some water. And I am not shrimping. And everyone else should unshrimp if they are shrimping. Beloved. Maybe I should make my chatting screen a fridge. Oh, and another hydrate from Lottie. Pug, let me drink that too. Add image. Add existing. Sherlock. Okay. Now we've got him. So you're important, but you can't be on top of chat. That's not where you belong. You can be there. Yeah, I can put a sorry here for you. Which one do you want? Maybe. Yeah, it's really long. I don't think this next part can be that long. Kith for Sholmes. He's right next to chat, so you can give him little smoochies. Asario is one of the ships from Daigakuton Saiban. The newest one, maybe? Hang on. I don't have the link on me. Kissies for Sholmes. Hang on, where is he? Success. 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 Anyway, Osario. Let me find. Sorry, I need a little break from thinking about the trial. I promise we won't spend too long doing this. Save image, put it in my little stream settings. Save. Okay, and let me add that one. Image, add new. Oh, sorry. Why are my photos like this? Boys! Huh? Don't squish. Show 'em simping. That's all we do here. Explain to me why you like guys like them? It's about their personalities. Like, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I play the games, I guess. There's not really a lot of explaining that can be done. It's about like all of the character depth and everything that they go through together and the huge spoilers. I don't know, play the game! It's It's lovely to have you with us, but we can't just explain the entire plot of like a 13 game franchise. You gotta give up or experience it yourself. Shoms is a himbo howl. What else could you want in a man? Yeah, there's so many like playthroughs online as well, if you want to experience it that way. Okay, anyway. Speaking of playing the game. Let's play. Oh my god, why are you still here? Please, sir. I know that you are the view, but you are blocking the view. Oh my god, no, don't watch my DGS playthrough. The first, like, I had just, the video quality is not great. I think I've improved a lot. And while I had a lot of fun streaming them, I am a little bit embarrassed about them. The later videos are fine. They're fun. They're fine. The sea coatless Shoms again. That was such like the harlot. The whore. How can he stand there without his coat on like some kind of fucking... I love him. I love him. Anyway. We are not playing DGS. We are playing Rise from the Ashes. We are doing the final trial portion, and then I'm going to sleep. I'm glad you liked it, D. The sleeves rolled! Jacket off, sleeves rolled. What? Who does he think he is? February 25, 2:21 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. 9531, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome, lovely to have you with us. Hatless true. His hair, bare. Okay. You guys have got me manic now. You've got me thinking about... I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry. I'm still feeling too manic to go on with this. I really want to, but, let me, best Shoms. Best Shoms. Shoms in best. Best Shoms. Is this anything? Oh my god. Whore. This is the grainiest fucking... That's fine. That's fine. This is not a good sprite. We can replace it with a better sprite later. Create new. Shoms again. Browse. This one. It's got the black bars and everything. Despicable. Anyway. Put him there. Drag him down. Great. Showing an ankle. Unbelievable. Stupid. I love him so much. Yeah, I think the charm is in how scuffed it is. My little cockroach Skrunkly. He makes me act up. He makes me feel crazy. He makes me completely sidetrack stream. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Okay. We're looking at the Shoms. We're getting it all out of our systems. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Kissing him directly on the mouth. That's what he deserves. We are turning our attention to the Sky Sisters. February 25, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
We did it, guys. We did it. We're here.
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, You already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Here we go. We are doing it. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony if you will.
Mia and Lana matching scarves. Ooh, 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 ooh. Siblings. Not Mia and Lana. Sorry, Lana and Emma, siblings. Mia and Lana, wives.
First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Mia and Lana exes.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
And in the fabrication. Okay. I'm also an only child, I'm not sure. Emma talks about Lana and kind of describes herself in A4. Oh my god. Oh my god. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Oh, just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. I don't think you did. I don't think you did. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body.
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had such a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's old desk. By Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Why? Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. That is a wretched jar. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Drake was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Now, it can't have been broken already. It can't have been broken before the death, because they wrote on it. Right?
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we are headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I love when they work together to find the truth so much. Partners! Boo, 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 boo. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Enemies to partners! Crying into my hands.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. Why, she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
It's Sherlock hat, partner. Ooh. Okay. Now then, I caught a contradiction in this one. This one. We know for a fact that she didn't, and I believe it says so in the record. Yeah, final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Come on, Judge!
Well, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time. He was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why did he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No.
Judge breakdown? Judge breakdown?
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Judge was the real killer all along?
Question.
What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Has the judge as the murderer? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. Damon Gant. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No! I did it on my own. Please, sis! Stop trying to protect the chief! I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. Your breakup with Mia must have been messy. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
There's something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Let's go.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Doug were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Well, let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Hee hee. Hee hee.
This is so cute. What the hell?
Peel. Peel.
Where's the investigate button? Hello? Hello? Investigate? What? There we go. Oof. Hey! There's a picture here. Who would have thought? Press on the duck? Can I still do that? Hang on. Ha! Bitch ass! No, I only had one chance! It's just like, oh, of course. You open from the back.
Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Crime scene photo from the case 2 years ago taken. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints...
They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay.
What? Huh? Oh, I didn't do that. I happened to press the button at the same time. Come now, Wedgie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. Oh, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too. If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. Tomatoes in chat! That means you've forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh! So what? You think I'm worried? Get him, boys! I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? Sir, what's your excuse, Ryder? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
He's the scariest pose. I'm not right there. He's got Hades and Hercules. The freak out, and then I'm fine.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? It's all about telling the truth, right? So we shouldn't withhold evidence. That would be obstruction of justice. I might ask you in a moment, Dee. Let me think this through. Now, if we do show... I know that picking the wrong answer here is going to lead to an immediate game over, so I'm taking my hands off of the controller so that I don't press anything on accident. Setting a good example, right, to find the truth. The downside is that... Okay, so what I'm thinking is, normally I would trust in the games and just do, like, what's right. But I'm worried that this is... See, the thing is, that evidence comes directly from Damon Gant, so I'm not entirely sure it's legitimate. Anyway. What's the reminder, Dee? I'll take it. This one makes me really nervous. Oh my god, evidence law. Fucking evidence law. Dee, my goddamn savior. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Now, we do not have the approval of the police department. And it must be relevant to the case on trial. Please, 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 please. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside.
Thank you for implicating yourself.
The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. Because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
Get his ass, Nick!
What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Thanks for confessing to that on the spot, Gan.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
To remind you of our evidence log, Metro is but we have to tell the truth and got a game over.
I was on the verge of it. Oh my god. I don't even remember what I did on my first playthrough. Oh my god.
But you have to tell the truth. The game like drills it into you over and over again.
Thank you for reminding me about evidence law. Ah! Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Frisk was with me in spirit, Pog!
I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean, you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, and when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. You see this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, writer. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, writer. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. But the game over in that choice before makes Phoenix quit defense attorneying? Oh my god! Head in my hands. Yeah, I won't say anything about it, but there is another game over that I'm aware of, because I didn't, but nearly walked into it myself, and that was pretty brutal as well. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. I believe I still cannot show evidence, right? Maybe I can. That is intense. Evidence law. Evidence law. Okay, it's connected. It's been request. Okay. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis.
This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Ryder had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright? Do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprint belongs to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is Emma Skye. That should be correct, Alex. Thank you, Dee.
Emma Skye.
What? Mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Ryder. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye,
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
ha! Well, I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Yeah. He's just like, Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Well, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here.
Behold.
The piece of evidence that contradicts the cloth. Alright, what have we got? If we look at the... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Now that doesn't make sense, does it?
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
This case is really good. It's definitely too long, but really good.
Wait, there's no blood on it. Oh,
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
no. This is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword?
And then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? Oh my god, no! I would never kill anyone. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Look at him go! Phoenix is so smart sometimes. I'm so proud of him. Whew. It's finally all over. Well. Aww, you look downright pathetic, sir. Bitch, that's me.
That was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Thank you, Dee.
What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie? Earlier, old Ryder here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Ryder? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
Someone doesn't know evidence what?
At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
Is it? Are you sure about that?
I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Well, I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Edgy. Don't listen to this lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Okay. Get him with the evidence laws you just learned 5 minutes ago, Phoenix. But honestly, like, that's the... Like, right? Like you guys were saying, this case is so good because they're so in sync and Phoenix is so smart and he, like, takes a piece of information that he learned on the fly 5 minutes ago and is like, Here's how I can use this to my advantage. King shit. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. Ballistic marking is the fingerprints of the gun.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. And it goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What?
Stole your shit, lol. I'm mad about it.
What kind of nonsense is this? What relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No!
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Get his fucking ass.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth.
Please, you have got to help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day.
He wanted to file a lost item report.
I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall."
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9.
That's when I saw it.
That accursed knife.
Guess you could say he was a good man, but
I couldn't just pull it out.
doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
It used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous.
You know, we right at the start we established that the killer was someone wearing gloves. And Gant sure does wear gloves the entire time.
I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So,
You left the jar fragments and the glove.
yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. Where do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals.
I can feel it. You and me.
We're the same.
Jesus Christ.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
You can't say that to him! Thank you.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Urgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Urgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Ryder here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
Jesus Christ. His final speech is so... You can't be saying that shit to Miles. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Sobs! Oh my god, her smile! Oh my god, her smile! She's so... Oh, boom, boom, boom. Miss Skye, I love you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Welcome back, Ramen. Miss Skye. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Right to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Good self-examining. She's so pretty. Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. We did it! We made Lana Skye smile.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, hot, milky.
Success! Let's fucking go!
That is all. The court is adjourned.
Thank you for the pat. Oh, long trial and for what to come.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm excited. Thank you. Head pats, head pats, head pats, head pats. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thank you, guys. The little head pat trains at the end of cases make me so happy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And a hydrate. Yes, sir. Ace Attorney is so good at that. Look, nearly finished my water bottle. Thank you, Lottie, as well. Alright. February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Oh, another hydrate. Okay. Oh my god, we're finishing the water bottle. Alright. Thank you, Frisk. Okay, that's all of my water. Isn't it like 12 a.m.? Yeah. Oh, my sleep cycle. We would do 10-hour streams and finish at 5. It's fine. All right, February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Look, it's 12 a.m. Australians who need to go to bed, good night, farewell, thank you for hanging out. Emma? I did sleep at like 6 a.m, yeah, so after the end of TGS. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Almost at the post-credit scenes, boy! Nearly there. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Deja vu indeed. Gumshoe's got patterns. Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana! You complain but still always get things for you. Ew, ew, ew. Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you were.
Gumshoe. This is why he's so simple. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Doesn't matter if he's not your type, he's my type. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Sky Sisters, my beloved! I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But this, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I had turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis! I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Siblings. They're so cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. Thank you for that, Dad. Bye, Lottie. Thank you for hanging out. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe?
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Oop. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
He's so socially awkward, I love him. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore.
DR6 jump scare. Head in my fucking hands.
Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
He doesn't have to go it alone, he has Phoenix!
I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth,
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth! Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright.
Sorry, one second.
And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pub quiz?
Mr. Wright, show him what I was talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. I think it's this.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
What? Say goodbye to me too! Edgeworth! What will you do now?
Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ouch.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
Simp, I'm so excited for you to join us for Ace Attorney 2. Like, for real. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. The way that Miles is right at the end.
Not too excited for one particular case though. No, I've been thinking about that. We're actually gonna use a walkthrough for that one, I think, and just like speed through it as fast as we can. Get that one over and done with and out of the way. I would skip it entirely if it didn't have like key plot in between the case bits.
Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
Well, it's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor.
We're talking about Turnabout Big Top.
You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, Detective! I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Right. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. We did it! Thank you, Shitakumi. Phoenix asked your prosecuting boyfriend with a sports car to pay the fee. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Music's a vibe. A slow vibe, but a vibe.
We did it!
Thank you, Nuri.
Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show. You can't shake me off that easily.
Oh my god, Meekins! My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
I love you, Officer Meekins.
Sorry, security guard Meekins. I think he's a better fit for that role. Yeah, his name is Dick Gumshoe. It's all about the puns. It's Dick as in, like, private Dick. You know, like a PI. Meekins just looks like a completely different character. Like, he looks like he's from something else. You like the Meekins voice? I was worried it was too annoying, to be honest. He just needs to sound completely incompetent. I'm glad you guys like it. Man, I miss Van Deek's voice the most.
What is it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? And the star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave them Bean back her stuff. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water.
Detective Dick Gumshoe, aka Detective. That's the one!
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put the new meal on the menu. It was gone. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Angel! The right way lunch. Thank you, Nautilus.
You. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Mr. Judge. Mr. Judge, please. Gavel's the poundy hammer thing that judges use. The scene? I actually have no idea what you're talking about. I'm excited. Oh my god, Maya! Ah! Nothing suits the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you in your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training is about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. I love you, baby. Little fucking Pearly. You'll see next game, so. Miles? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's him.
Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Oh my god, Fraulein, help. Why isn't Edgeworth in his office? He's just a bellboy. He's not important. Jesus fucking Christ. Where's Edgeworth? Wait, excuse me, wait, sorry. Mr. Edgeworth? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. And, oh my fucking god. So cute. So cute. Cute. We did it! And that's Rise from the Ashes. And with Rise from the Ashes complete, that is the entirety of Ace Attorney 1 complete. Hell yeah, baby! Ooh, okay. Cute. If I take this over here, does the sound continue? Looks like yes to me. We did it! You guys believe it? That is so poggers. Okay, which means that we get justice for all. I'm excited. I'm really excited. No problem. Now then. What am I trying to say? On Monday, it's my birthday, which is poggers. On Tuesday, I'm going to be celebrating my birthday, and that means that there will be no stream on Tuesday, unfortunately. So we will start Justice for All on Saturday instead. Thank you! I might do a stream tomorrow or on Monday. I'm not sure, we'll see. A lot of time with friends, my schedule's really wibbly wobbly. Sorry, you guys, I'm like this, I'm sorry. But I will let you guys know in the Discord if I am going to be doing a stream, just because I think it's fun to hang out. But otherwise, I will try and stream on like Wednesday maybe.
And yeah, we'll start Justice for All on Saturday, a week from now. Let me have a quick glance at Twitch real quick. Exciting indeed. But yeah, it's gonna be super fun. Alright, and I'm feeling sleepy, so I think we are just going to call it here. No raid. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining me for Rise from the Ashes. I am glad to have company. And I will see you guys next time. Alright. Good night, everyone. Bye.